Welcome to Final Fantasy Friday, where I play Final Fantasy on Friday. Goofy opening, I love it. I will continue to force people to listen to the Dora Hedora opening if it kills me. We're going to be doing Sage things. This is going to go terrible. I'm ready to go. I do still have this up, so that can disappear. And then... there we go. Come here, Tully. There we go. Wonderful. All set up and ready to go. Sorry, I'm just chatting with the FC at the same time. It's warm today. It is warm today. Tried to give Tully a bath. He was not having it at all. He has just been on perma-stomp mode. I'm in this area because I have story cutscenes to do, but I also don't want to be... I guess I'll chill here whilst, like, I wait.
Just want to do artifact things. Okay.
Ah, it's nice to see the Free Company back and active with everyone. I had an influx of we had an influx of players into the Free Company, so it's become active again, and it's been really nice to see, and it's like kind of kicked everyone else up the arse to be like, oh yeah, maybe I should like actually play this game. Which is nice. So it's nice to see everyone active again. For a while it's just been me and Dawn kicking about. Be gentle. Tank, be gentle. I'm still learning. Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Oh shit, wrong chat. Ooh, okay, let's go. The tank's still learning, so that's two of us. Ooh, sorry if I'm a bit quiet, I am concentrating. Because healer requires like actually having a functioning attention span, and that's not something I have. Let's call it Sage keeps most of their abilities at a lower level. That's nice. We're at a level 50, so it's not too terrible.
My man's returned all of his slivers to the battlefield 4 times.
My fiance is also playing Magic in the background, so that's what you will probably be hearing. Because unless you want to pay for us to be in different rooms, you just gonna have to deal with it. no. Why are they healing for nothing? It's okay. They're okay. We lived. We're fine. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, yes, you can see it.
Trainer, is this a test? What do you mean, Rom?
Basic. The basic. What is propagating? Yeah, I've always done basic. My bad.
Slow and steady, but we're doing it. Two more cardio. Do more cardio, run, run, run. As a healer, I need to stay in range, but not too much range.
I was winning next turn anyway.
Ouch. Yeah, that's a new mechanic, actually.
Well, the steel trigger we can work on the cascade trigger anyway. Oh, I'm out of burst.
This is all new. So shit me up. Oh fuck. Oh boy. It's okay, we got it. Oh shit, I might die though. Go with Rom, go with Rom, go with Rom. Healer is hard when you don't know the new mechanics. I don't know the new mechanics, so I died and I didn't get to heal myself in time because I'm just bad. Sorry. But that's okay. We live, we learn, we move on. It's all part of the learning process. It's all part of the learning process. Rom. No, Rom! Come back here, you son of a bitch! Oh. Yeah, it's all part of the learning process. I ain't mad about it. Again, the new mechanics definitely didn't help. Don't know if you still can. Is there a fucking? I wish there was a scold emote. I'm just gonna give Rom a pat. Ah, the ice cream van.
Don't need ice cream.
Huh? I do want an ice cream, but I'm in a dungeon and I probably shouldn't because no money, so. I don't need to use prognosis twice. So he's going over there. I'm just gonna go stand where Rom stands. Unless he heard that and now he might intentionally sabotage. No. Made it. Made it. Lived. Oh. Okay, now we just gotta pour a couple hundred diagnoses into the tank. Whew. It's okay. We got him. Ah. Ooh. I can still reach it from here, which is good. Hit! My mitigation didn't quite get him there on the tank buster. It's okay, we press him with the dungeon. Sage heals by doing damage, so... That's part of what makes Sage's kit a kit, is that it heals for damage. So I hit that guy, and then the tank then healed for that much, or something similar. Ugh, I got tummy ache. I want an ice cream, man. Why the fuck is everything gotta be costing money? Like they've changed this part of the dungeon, which is good. To a prognosis, because we took a wee bit of damage. Let's go. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're alive. We've only had one tank death. Whoop. Oh my god, the footwork. I'm doing it. I'm healing. I'm healing. Again, sorry. I'm sorry if I'm quiet at points. I am doing a concentrate. I'm pretending like I don't have ADHD. Fuck! Can I push buttons correctly? That would be nice. Pass. Pass. My inventory is full. I need to sort that shit out. Where you going, Rafe? Come on, Rafie. Targeting people. This fight has also changed. We're not quite sure what's different. It's not tracking people the way it did before and leaving those flame shows. Ah, you've met the JoJo character, have you? I can't pronounce the name, so I call them the Aspetition. But I love them because their entire storyline just kills me. Way easier. What the fuck? So the first one's changed and it's a little bit harder, but the second one has also changed, but it's easier, which is weird. Confusion! Either way, we move on. Weep. Cool. Ah! Not cool. I think I'm getting there. I think I'm beginning to understand. Well, I do understand. I think it's now in the refinement phase of just playing and learning the class. Slowly but surely, we will overcome the healer hill, cliffside, whatever. This dungeon isn't too bad. It is a story dungeon though, so those watching, I won't be giving context for the story, just so it remains mostly spoiler free. A dungeon's a dungeon, but the story's where it's important, so. Plus, like, the Sage aesthetic's really cool, like floaty guns. Floaty guns, mad cool. I'd love to play like a cowboy wizard one day in D&D, where he just summons shotguns, like a gun wizard. Gizzard. We're gonna have a wiggle. Ah, somebody I follow on Twitch has just gone live. I will give them a up. Have a good stream. Claim bonus. Close tap. Awesome. Awesome. Fuck you, Discord. I've lost OBS. There you are. Okay. Moment of truth. Yes, I got everyone with that. Ah, I didn't get Wraith with that. I wonder how they've changed this fight. This has also changed. This is different. I'm not safe. I move here. Yes! Nailed it. Sage at least is just like a DPS but different. Okay, so that's an attack that I should target myself. That bubble. Okay, my dots keep falling off, but that's okay. Thank you! Have fun in your stream! I made another love heart with my hands and I realized you couldn't see that either. GG! Exclamation points! Oh, I leveled from that! Ugh. Justin. Whew. I don't know why this tank goes like... Every time this tank has typed in the chat, they've left a ellipses at the end, and I'm just like, what are you doing? Why so mysterious? I also need to turn the lights on because it's dark. Dark. I'm so good at typing. I'm so good at typing. I haven't sat on my leg for too long. Oh, I'm just making noises. Sorry, I'm checking my messages. Okay. I love my lizard. I love Tully. This is a good boy. Oh, I love this game. I love this game a lot. I know I'm not particularly entertaining right now because I'm just chatting with my free company and doing roulette, but like, I love this game. Ah! Shit! Piss! I got it. Ildishire. The Great Google Library. I love the Great Google Library. I'm sitting lower down at my desk, right? And it's weird because so I've taken my tablet monitor off the tablet, my drawing tablet off the arm because it was just fucked. And oh no! Yeah, no, so it's lower down now and it's weird and I'm not sure if I like it or not. So I'm sat lower down at my chair, and it's gonna take an adjustment, but it's comfy. It's stopping me hunching over at least because I can't really hunch at this. Gotta remember, it's healer buttons. Ooh, gotta get healed on up, gotta heal Dawn up. That was close. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. I have the wrong map up. So, I wonder how many dungeon tweaks they've actually properly done. Huh! Fucking... God, it's piss take you can't click yourself. Okay. Bastard. Let's do that again without actually getting caught by his abilities, shall we? That felt different, but I can't say how or why. Rom's going, ooh. Yes! Kung Fu Hustle's back on Netflix! Kung Fu Hustle is the film that, for me, is like Lewis's and mine. That's our, like, everyone has like a film that they have specifically with their partner, and it's like, mine, Kung Fu Hustle. There's just something iconic about Kung Fu Hustle, you know? Oh, excuse me. You know, I think I'm getting the hang of this. That way. You just gotta make noise, man. I got a tech. This guy and his blorbos. Can't believe this is the blorbo that Tubler's been on about. I nearly said Tully. Whew. Not me running the wrong way. I know my way around dungeons. And the beat keeps running, running, and running, running, and running, running. We're getting there. It's the bard's job to loosen the mood. True. Oh, you still can't jump over that? Bullshit. Oh, that was close. That was close. Whoa, breathe. Sorry. Oh, I'm a little bit insane. million XP? Hello? Give me 3 mins and come with me. Where to, Rom? Well, apparently there is an NPC in the new area where there is a tentacle monster tied to a bed, and Rom would like to show us. So where to, Rom? Where to? Where are we going, Rom? So Ron wanted to show us this NPC that is a tentacle monster tied to a bed. He didn't specify that it was in the dungeon we were in. He was like, have you guys done the new content? You all caught up? Yeah, cool, I want to show you something, thinking it's to do with that. Yeah. The context you gave it didn't fit. What? I'm just gonna take a Gyazo of that and send it to Dawn. Brilliant. Fantastic. Rom's taken us to the Google library. Oh, my ads are grayed out.
Lovely.
Shotgun. I typed that before I spoke to him. My fucking mouth delayed. Going on a car ride. Where on earth is Rom taking us? Squad. Rafi's like, you could have taken the shortcut, but that's no fun. It's no fun at all. What's oh no, Rom? Oh no? What's he doing? We're here now. now. Question anointed per the instructions. Then so. Oh. Oh. Bad. 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 So the screenshots read. The screenshots read. Oops, second part. There's a second part. The tentacles, so many tentacles, and the sound are writhing on the bed. I have made a terrible mistake. Ah! Yo! Yo! That one smells like cheese.
It smells like cheese. Let me give you a sip.
No! No! Ooh!
Oh, Rick! I don't feel so good, Rick.
So then, yeah, Rom has then gone and found these screenshots of him talking to this NPC, which reads, "If it isn't a morsel, remind me of the time I was summoned to your world by someone who sought beauty. Well, it turned out to be a deviant who had my vessel changed to a bed, and when I tried to break free, had the gall to call me a hideous fiend. And if that wasn't bad enough, he started slicing me up. I left that body and fled back here quickly as I could. Never. So that's the. Oh.
I'm sleeping on a void here. I'm still standing.
Huh.
Yeah.
So that happened. This guy tried to summon his own succubus. It didn't work. He summoned this other thing. And then Rom's found in game. I will forward them to Dawn. That he's found the void scent that was written about in these books. Very bad, very terrible. Bad times. Yeah, sorry, I did have it in a bag, and then the bag fucking dissipated. Disintegrated. If you're going to summon a demon, do it right. Oh wow, Sage 3rd level limit break is beautiful.
I'm still standing.
I'm still standing.
Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid.
I'm still standing.
I'm still standing.
Yeah.
I'm still standing. Yeah. 4-foot chat right in. I'm still standing.
Are you okay?
Tired.
Go to bed. Are you okay if
That's what I'm doing.
continue doing what I'm doing? Yeah, you gotta give Talia kips.
I mean, you gotta do it with a tally of your heads.
No, because he's not gonna stay on my head.
Find out when we.
No!
Can you stop
Ah! Mwah. I love you, buddy. I wish you understood that. I don't know why you've been in shit mode lately. Huh? Give me a kiss. Mwah.
Stop being so pale.
Hey, he didn't eat any greens today. He's munched on his blueberries the last couple of days, and he just was not interested in a locust. Would it kill its eggs? Oh, my chocolate's in the fridge. My chocolate.
Want a brownie?
Huh?
A brownie.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a brownie.
It's very helpful for me to know where I put my brownies.
That might help. Oh wow, big brownie.
Dropping the brownie gift they gave me.
Was that got mint in it? Why can I taste mint? Low nausea. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Ah!
Tully's giving me eyes.
Tully's giving you eyes.
Yeah, like,
Don't.
on me on League of Legends right now.
He doesn't know how to use a computer.
We know he's a Renekton main. We've seen it.
He's not a Renekton main.
How do you know?
Because he's not old enough to make a League of Legends account without parental permission.
Well, dog years are 7 years per year. So how many years are lizards?
I don't know how many. Oh, fuck it. I'm gonna Google that actually. How many years
He's a lizard year.
is lizard years? Calculate reptile's age in human. Type of reptile. Well, the closest thing is an iguana. And he's 2 years.
22. He's old enough.
How is Tully? No! Huh? How does that work?
Excellent. Love it.
No bearded dragon option. Humph. Lol. Guess my closest would be an iguana, and everyone's like, yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Bullshit. He's 22.
Take.
Take. Wait. Why take?
No, you haven't.
Oh wait. There's a unique pecs. Bearded dragon years to human years. Bearded dragons want to know how by a cow. But. Have you ever... Just tell me. Just... You need to know how many years bearded dragon... 2 seconds. I'm doing science. But how many years is beard? Okay. That's dogs! Why are you talking about dogs? Based on our calculate... Bearded dragons have... Okay. 1 bearded dragon year equates to 8 years in humans.
So he's 16. He's old enough.
Oh no! Tully's old enough to play League of Legends.
Yeah, I told you, Renekton main. Nearly enough to drink alcohol. We can make him a bug brew.
Oh, he's British. He'll be drinking alcohol from when he's 12.
I mean, if you're grown up in a non-poor house. Let's be real here, English.
Can't
I
believe.
didn't have alcohol until I was 40.
If he's 2 years and 6 months, get my bearded dragon years and human years, he's 20.
He's 20.
He's 20. 20. Sorry. I don't believe it.
Grim. What are you always being such an asshole?
To be honest, I was a cunt in my 20s. I still am in my 20s. I'm still a cunt. I don't believe it.
There's like a breach period. You hit like 23, 24, you stop caring enough.
Yeah, like I don't care anymore.
Let the world perceive me as I read. Keep it down, you whippersnapper.
Wait, so how old are we in Tully's eyes?
Like ancient. We're like elves, Eli. Okay?
I'm 209.
Let me turn the lights down, okay?
Okay. Rom's naming system on his island is really cute. They're all called different varieties of food. I name mine after weapons. Wow. I want to work on my island. I might work on my island after I've done my ruse. I feel like I need some initial D music, like da 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 da. I've avoided it because I love farming sims. I will never leave. I've lost Rom. He's gone this way. Yep. Skirt. I'm so fast. What the fuck? Fast sheep. Neum. Is that a cactus? Oh my god! What? The cactus. Can I do expert roulette as red mage? Yes. Ready. Two secs. Sorry, I was finishing up my brownie. So, in Final Fantasy, you know Animal Crossing New Horizons? We got that. I forgot that was alcohol and I just downed that. Ugh! So, chase it with some water. Yeah, go on, bet. That's my water. There it is. There we go. Yeah, so, I don't know when you unlock it. Okay, I will tank. Yeah, sorry, just sorting the party out. I don't know where... I think you unlock it in Charlie, and so I think it's an Endwalker thing, but it's also a level 1 quest, so I will have a quick Google. Huh? Rats. No!
Did you some?
Yeah, I could have a little later. Oh no, is that a crocodile? Oh! Oh god, another crocodile! There are so many beautiful crocodiles. Yeah, I saw that one. Yes, what was I doing? Yes, FFXIV. Island unlock. Island Sanctuary. So it's called Island Sanctuary. How to unlock Island Sanctuary? If it's in the new area, you gotta get to Endwalker, but I will just check, so I don't remember. Your island will be your own wilderness to explore. It's just Animal Crossing. Yeah, it's an old Charlian, so you need to complete Endwalker to get access to it. So, it's a nice goal to look forward to. But you basically, you just get a a basic plain island for story reasons, and then they go, yeah, here you go, just fucking go wild. And then I think I lost Anna to this. Kiss. Rom and I both have the naming way. Minion. And yeah, so you can run around, you can gather, you can build buildings, you can have animals and sheep and do crops. It is an island sanctuary. Like this is the entire map for it, which is pretty fucking big. That red mage looks so good. Sorry, you can't see the chat. I've stood next to Rom, pulling out my Moogle weapon, making it make the noise, and then putting it away to pull it out again so it makes the noise. And Rom just... I will move chat, Tully. Just so you can see, like... You fucked up typing laugh. I will recover my chat. I do this. I summon and put it away whilst running around as Red Mage because I like the noise. Ugh, I wish I had that Mount Labao. Especially cause Akira fit. Rum just said he hates the noise, which is fair. I didn't realize you could hear the Moogle weapon on me. Oh, this is current dungeon, so if you don't want to see any Endwalker dungeon, look away now. Spoilers for 6.2. Nope, that one. Bear of Thunder, Kuro Corpse, Flesh, Contra 6. Acceleration, Vera Arrow. Oh no, can I not accelerate Vera Arrow? I fucking can't. Raffy! So, Control 4. Control 5. Control 3. Control 5. Slap a verifier because we just have that for some reason. Control 3. Control 3 because my my white balance is a little lower than my Control 3. Control 5. Contra 6. I'm out of here. Rob! Rob! Wow, the healer left for some reason. I'm just spamming heal on Rom. Oh no! Rafi! I was just saying in the party chat, I'm the healer now. Because Red Mage has healing abilities. I thought you were... No, I was Sage, but they, Rom and Rafi wanted to do Expert, and I only have Tank and Red Mage for Expert, so... I'm Red Mage right now. I wanna be Sage. So I will be Sage for everything else after. But I can't do Expert as Sage X. You gotta be level 90 and have the right gear level. And my Sage is only 71, so... For Expert, so... Ooh, I zoned out a little bit there. I'm zoning back in. What? Oh shit, I lost the cast. Oh shit, I lost the game. Imagine like if you join and you're a new viewer and you're like, wow, I wonder what the streamer's like, what they're doing, and then the first thing you do is you lose the game. Rafi, Rafi, Rafi! Like, how pissed would you be? You join this, you join a stream where the streamer is a literal nobody and then you just lose the game. I'd be pissed. Not like actually pissed though, because that would be a dick move. Yeah, this one fucking sucks to tank. Just because it's a lot of AoEs. Not AoEs, it's just a lot of shit mobs. It's a trash mobs, you know. So as a tank, it's not hard to tank, it's just fucking annoying. Cool. Easy. But I will be greeting and needing this loot. Oh, I love the void. Look at it, it's so pretty and purple. Ugh. Rum's refreshing his Enochian so he doesn't lose the drops. But Red Mage doesn't have to fuck around with any of that. Red Mage is just like, yeah, I have a bar, it doesn't go down. Ah! Rafi! Rafi! Please take. I am not tank. Rafi! Okie dokie. Oh. I fucked up all of my buttons there.
Alexa, 9:45 in the morning.
Horse. Treasure coffee. Fuck your table. Knights of the Round Table, more like bitches of the square garden. Ron put in chat my pet now and referring to the hound dogs? Trojan hounds. And I call it puppy. Just puppy. Puppy dog. Who is this? Seat of the Foremost. Ah, yes. Void Wife. Void Wife, like, #1. Such a weird mechanic. Ah, crap, I got caught by that. There we go. Finish off my combo now. It's a strange mechanic, that one. So that one's gonna pop first. Then we move over to that side. Oh! Yeah, this is a level 90 red mage right now. Got all of these buttons I'm pushing. Slap that with that. Do this one. Press this one. Press this one. Oh my god, oh, they're so cute! Oh my god! I'm gonna give you a dote. Just so cute. Just a little cute little Lala. Same. Sitting on the throne and taking a screenshot. The first time you're here is the rite of passage. Bugger. think Rom's just having a stroke in the party chat. Where is Furishiru? Doko gets Furishiru from? Oh, fuck me. Oh, there we go. That was close. Didn't want to lose my 100 bar. Pics today. I will drop her a message. Ugh, this geezer. Sorry, I'm dizzy. My ether is mine, dickhead. You ain't getting shit.
Breathe deep of your death.
+1 brain rot, me looking at Xenos. Do not be stood in the purple.
My blade.
Go stand in the bubble though. I was not in that, screw you. Fucking tune.
Protect me, my minions!
We have a little dance.
Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs.
Nope. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, my 100 stack. Whee. The keyboard spam was iconic though. It's like, ooh, don't stand in the purple goop, that'll probably kill you. You know what I did? I dashed into the purple goop.
No, I will not be defeated by you!
Fucking that one. Woo, GG. Give that to the healer. Fantastic healer. That's cute. Purple zone of death. Yes, please. Oh fuck! I'm so mad about that. Take my hairband out. Have a stretch. See ya. I will teleport to my house. Rob's headed off. His wife had dinner with him an hour ago. Without him an hour ago. Fair. Enjoy. If anyone wants to rule, let me know. Smiley faces. Who is online? Yeah. I want to get loads of sage practice in. Ooh. Fucking very stressed as a sage. I'm so mad. I can't believe I made the mistake though of like being like, yeah, cold liquid, time to glug, forgetting that it was mostly rum. That did not, that, hit me too late. I got a hair in my mouth. Deb scored. Would you like to do some rules? Question mark, smiley face. No pressure, if not exclamation parts. That's a pound sign. I'm so smart. I've just messaged my friend being like, yeah, are you okay? I thought we were gonna hang out today. It's fucking... So it's Friday, not Saturday. I've got my days wrong. I'm so smart. I've just fucked that spelling up again. A little naming way. Let's fuck around with Shyvana for a bit. Shyvana. Ravana. I'm so smart. Enormous brain. Yeah, sure. What you need? Gotta remember how to get to chaos. Gotta remember how the fuck do I get to chaos? How do I get to chaos again? I'm pretty sure it's in this screen. Oh, I fucking hog sure. I logged out, checked my messages, and saw that the person I was gonna finish my ruse with, hang out with in general, I was gonna come to my data center. So I'm like, I don't fucking need to log out now. I gotta wait in a queue. Where? Lexi is looking fly though. Why can I not run ads? Did I recently run an ad? I don't remember this. Though I have changed my settings, so... This in settings, affiliate, ads. Oh, I guess the ads just do it. Okay, that's cool. Oh, now I can. Well, whilst I'm waiting for this, I'm gonna pop an ad break on. In the meanwhile, for subscribers who don't get the ads, wink wonk, wiggles eyebrows. What was I doing? I should go to a city. Yeah, I'm gonna leave party, and I will go to. I'll go to Limsa. I'll be in Limsa. Oh boy. I'm so smart. I'm excited to properly do healery bits. Do I need more vape juice? I don't know if I need more vape juice. You good, bro? Ah, they've got someone sat with them. Ah, do I have Moogle tomestones to spend? Are you good, bruh? Click on the Moogle. No, I don't. Cool. Where? Don't mind me just grabbing screenshots of fun names for my collection. Party Mom! Oh my god, guys, it's Party Mom! It's like that weird show that was like Chicago Party on that was like, yeah, it's a show based on a Twitter account, and it was just fucking so mediocre. Dung Eater! No, Bert, come down, Dung Eater, come back! There we go. I must add you to the collection. Limsa is just a wonderful hotspot for all kinds of dumb fucking names. I'm gonna read an ad for I won't say the name of it. But it's an ad for a nightclub, and I've been to a couple of nightclubs in Final Fantasy, and they're not all awful, but most of them are. And it just reads, "Do you want to give in to your dark desires? You can. This Friday." Name of club. "Opens the doors again. Enjoy our sinful dances. Have a cool drink from our bar. Feel the vibes of our DJs. Be yourself for one night." Night is capitalized. Exclamation point. "And get a chance to win 5 million gil." And then the time, the date, the location, and their Discord link. That is why I have a chat block on. Honestly, they're not all terrible. I actually have pictures of the one I went to, which I will show in the meanwhile. Pictures. That folder. Yeah, so I have a couple. They're not awful. They're actually really nice. This was when Dawn was fantasiaed into an aura. So we just, like, the framing of this one was really nice. This was just us, like, dancing. We changed outfits, like, 5 times that night. Nexie still had different hair. We were just having, like, a really good time. Like, I love this shot. It looks so, like, candid. And this one of Dawn was really nice. And then this was the photographer. They had like a really nice professional photographer. He was really cool. He took most of these, I think. And then here's me and Rom when we went to the club night where brains. You could go in a costume. It was a costume night, and you had to go as a video game character. So Rom went as Wreck-It Ralph, and I went as Leona from King of Fighters. I like dyed my hair blue and everything. It was just a good time. Like, so they're not all terrible, but like, especially after the billboard fiasco, I just cry like with laughter when I just see anything to do with nightclubs. Ah. POV. What? Did you drop my vape? There's another nightclub ad that's just come through. Midnight Sun. Now open. I said the name of it. Fuck. Gambling. It's a gambling. And we have an actual casino, but sure. DJ. And then the DJ name. And then the next DJ's name. There's 2. And then the location. And then then there's just some Twitch plugs. That's cool. If I wasn't so much of a crippling coward, I would link my Twitch. Is that guy called Septum Blood? The guy is called Septum Blood. That's a fantastic name. Yeah, if I wasn't so much of like a coward, an actual coward, I would link my shit. But I am terrified of like people seeing that, being like, you're advertising in Limsa Larminsa. Like, you don't advertise in Limsa Larminsa, man. And like, whilst it might generate some traffic, I feel like I'd get yelled at a lot. But I'm always scared I'm gonna get yelled at, so. There goes Baka! Baka! Baka was an old guild member, and I met them once at Rom's wedding. So many brilliant names today. Right now, stream, I am just waiting for someone to arrive, and then I will be doing some bits with them. It was like, it's not enough time to AFK, but it's also not enough time to like do a roulette or anything. I love seeing new adventurers run off. You go, little guy. Feel like I'm directing them. That was nice. I saw the Eorzea time tick to 8 and then I heard like a bell ding. So that's nice. I have just been fucking soup-brained. Holy shit. You go glitter, sweetie. It's a nice name. Andy Uchiha is back! We found another one, boys. It's the same one. I have, sorry, in my name collection. I might go through it one day and organize it. My friends! Because I just find so many of the Uchiha clan, it's scary. Yep, there's another nightclub advertisement. Name has its grand opening now. Travel back to the 80s and 90s. I might actually go to that one. Experience with us and experience a place that brings the vibes. Back to you. You can find us at, and then locations. Yeah, strut your funky stuff. Strut your funky stuff. That war gear suits you. Yeah, strut. And then, oh, someone else has linked another nightclub and their Twitch, which is cool. Witness me. You are being witnessed. Yeah, maybe when I've got like a little more of a following and I'm not some sad loser just linking my Twitch chat. It'd be nice to be like a big Final Fantasy streamer. I don't know what the fuck I'd stream. Well, I guess just this. Yeah, I'm like maybe like make this into a series. Final Fantasy Fridays. Maybe it would be something I'd edit down. I'm not really sure what the content would be, because it would just be me doing like my ruse and talking nonsense. Not really a Let's Play if I'm just AFK brain and Limsa right now, is it? So I'm not sure. Streaming it's a thing. It's an streaming it seems like the way forwards. Baka! How you doing? For context, Sass, if you can hear me, Baka was an old guildmate. Yee. Bro, same. Mostly stuck in the devour mechanic. I don't want to think about the proto carbuncle right now. My brain hurts. Godspeed. I didn't get to salute him in time. Bugger. But this is where we will sit. And this is where we will wait. Ah, no worries. I can go for a roo then. Smiley face. Sass. Sass. Rangovna. You're right, Rangovna? That's your new name. I will type in the FC. Would you like to do a roo? Answer me, Rangovna. If you can hear my stream, then answer. Godspeed, you beautiful bitch. Yeah, yeah, I will invite you to a party. What have I done already? We'll do trials. Perform the ready check. Do for trials. Oh, you don't have trials unlocked? Have you not done a trial? I mean, that's fine, we can do a leveling. Heyo! Welcome to— I am a trial. I am a fucking ordeal, I am. Welcome to the stream! We have just been pushing fucking buttons. The sage. Oh, why the fuck does Orion Vale? Head in hands, rubbing temples. I might join you for VC because there's a smart way to do this dungeon. Okay, yeah, I will. If it was any other dungeon other than Orion Vale, do not go that way. Sass. That's fair. I think I will check my— yeah, I've got Discord muted so they can't hear you. So you want to come back here once we've killed this ad, because you've got to hug the wall. So like come back and then just this way. You go through the puddle And you gotta pull in because you do not want to pull this dungeon. You don't want to pull this dungeon. You want to get this pack. This was my dungeon that my FC like grilled me on. I don't know why I'm spamming prognosis, I'm so fucking smart. Stop standing near the vent. There's a thing shooting out the wall that's doing most of your damage. Yep. So we got this, and then we want to hug this wall. We want to avoid that toad, and then you see those Lily of the Veils over there? You want to grab those, and then like go around, just yeah, grab them, and then come this way. Yep. And then in here, behind this rock. Into the boss room. They'll follow you. If you break line of sight with them, they will path better, so you've got to tuck yourself in. There we go. Otherwise, you end up pulling that entire first room, and it is literal hell. Like, this dungeon fucking sucks. I hate this dungeon. I've got a hate relationship with it. I just hate. It was what my FC made me grind over and over to become a good tank. So when you pull that locksmith, do you see the wall it's up against? You want to tank it over there. And when you get to, like, I think it's 3 stacks of... Why are you over there? Come back over here. And go stand over there. Go tank the mob. God. And then turn it away. Stand the other side of it. There you go. You stand there. Oh my fucking god. Right, so it will do an attack and you will get a stack. When you get to 3 stacks, I think it's 3, go and grab some of the marble fruit that's on the ground. The boss will come with you, reset the position after. So you got 1 stack there, so... Wait. Wait. Fuck yeah! Hell yeah! No, you have 2. Yes. Yes. Yarr. Yep, so now go and grab a marble fruit. Yes. I might fucking die here. Diagnosis. There we go. Oh shit. Yeah, that's good. That's always a good start. I do that. I do that in the chat all the time. How are you finding Sage? It's tough because the actual healing part of Sage is bullshit. Over this way. Yes, Sass, come over here. Yes. Right. Baby's first dungeon. Don't worry, I got you. As the tank main, I got you. So go stand on those marble fruit and AoE the fuck out of them. And then you want to move to the next pack of marble fruit. Yes. Just go around. The gold vial, it doesn't stick, so... And then you want to... So you know how I said you're going to have to learn your footwork at some point? Yes, because if you get hit by this, you will get every single debuff. Yes. gold vine. And that thing, this dungeon has been tweaked so it's less hideous. Is anything a friend in here? Oh, the orb on it? That's one of my abilities. So this bit, wait until the veil wasps have gone. Go behind them. Get those veil It's fine. Just follow me. Grab these bane mites and veil diamites. And then tuck them around here. So into the boss arena again. And then please take them off me before I die. Thank you. Ah, shit. It's okay. It's okay. Nope, swift cast, raise. Okay, we'll pull this in smaller. It happens. Yes! This is why we take things slow. So, this is why we don't pull the veil wasps as well. But it's chill, it's fine, it's chill. We're good. Baby's first wipe and Orium Veil's a bit of a cunt. Lamau. You can respawn, by the way. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Also, it would have been better if my raise macro didn't, like, not fucking work. It do be like that. Nice. So the Veil Wasps, wait for them to come back. Because you're at the tank, you emanate an area of aggro and enmity. Now we go. Go pull the Veil Mites, Diamites, and Bionites. Not that one. No! The ones at the door! Yeah! The ones at the door! Did you get the raise prompt? Great. Oh, just kill me. Yeah. It's a learning curve. Yeah. Is your gear in check as well? Cool. Yeah. Just checking. Because sometimes, like, I've gone into a level 90 dungeon before wearing level 70 gear. Yeah. So, I'm just gonna do this. See that one? That pack. Yes. Avoid the Veil Wasps, go around the back, and go. And you just want to spam the fuck out of your AoEs. And then once you've grabbed them, you tuck yourself into the corner. And then that way, you don't pull any more of the dungeon. And I need to not die. I need to not die. There we go. That's how you do that section. This is why I was like, yeah, I should join VC for this bit. Just because I just know how much this is a bitch. Yeah, bless you. This dungeon used to be like twice as hard, by the way. Go tank that guy. Basically where he is, but make sure he's facing away. So the other side. Yeah, there you go. There you go. This attack, this guy, used to not have markers on the floor. Yeah. The reason why I got good at tanking so quick is because I had to do this over and over again, Sass, or when it was still like twice as hard. They'll do attacks as they please you if you've got good aggro on them. Yeah, post it. I need to get back on doing the fashion reports because it's good. In the Gold Saucer, there's a guy who's like, I'm the Masked Rose, I'm a mysterious man. If you know the NPC, you know who he is. And basically, if you wear a certain amount of a specific set of items with specific dye, you get Gold Saucer points for free, basically. Yeah. Nice. That's so easy. What the fuck? Yeah, the coin counter boss used to fucking suck. Sorry, I'm talking to Twitch chat. You're fine. Yeah, you just want to go in, grab everything. This is a big pool room. I got you. You want to stand still as well. You want to avoid the AoEs, but you want to mostly stand still. So if you're tanking and you're pulling a trash pack like that, and you see the DPS's health is going down, that means you've not got aggro on something. The best thing you can do is just running around spamming the ever-living fuck out of your AoE until you're certain all of them are facing you. Oh, shit. No, it came around the corner at me. Hey, it's not my fault it walked up on me. Check the VOD! Yeah, it is. A coin counter is a funny name. Yep, same thing. Grab and pull. Chuck them in a corner. Gold Saucer is a Fanalan area. If you go to that area in the desert, you can, like the area near it, you can see it from one of the Fanalan deserts. It's actually pretty cool seeing the Gold Saucer in the distance. Do you remember the mobile seedlings from before? It's just when you go in this room, spam the ever-living fuck out of your AoE. Your main job as a tank with trash pulls is just keep AoEing. Okay, so that we'll pull this first part and then that's enough. Yeah, it's the mobile seedlings. It's just you gotta kill them, otherwise they turn into actual creeps. Yeah, I'm good. It was just the AoE. The gold vine attack. Yeah, Sage's, you've got to go that way. Yeah, no, it cleared. We don't have to go all the way in. That's nice. That makes a change. Yeah, Sage, your cardio. Your cardio basically means when you attack, you heal the tank. And then you've got separate abilities around it. It's just Orion Vale fucking sucks. Sounds like a you problem. Again, you can find things can get like stupid expensive, or you can level crafters and then make them. You go in, yeah, go in. It's the end part where you get to fight the Mama. Which do you remember the gold vines you fought throughout the dungeon? Literally, you just killed 2 of them. Remember, don't get caught in its AoE. Marble fruit. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, blue tends to be friends. It's just, it was the DPS limit breaking. Oh yeah. Fuck. He got caught by something. Not yet. Yeah. That's basically it. I'm gonna go grab a marble fruit. So it'll move to there and it'll spawn an AoE. No, you're rank governor now. Liz, I feel like you'll relate. I really hate how one of the being vague as fuck here, how one of the enemies is called a Lidibus. I fucking hate that. Because you got caught. Asuna. It's just because you got caught by the AoE and one of the things it does is slow. Woo! Orion Vale is a fucking dungeon. Yes. Sweet. Yeah, sounds good. Do not fuck the marble. Do not put your dick in that because you will not get your dick back. Way. Oh man, I sure would like my game to load. I mean, I guess it's free bottom surgery, but like, it wouldn't leave you with what you wanted. Yeah. Yeah, I invited you to the party, but because Sass left, the party dissolved. There you go, let me make you party. So what do we need to do? Promote, there we go. Yeah, what class do you need me to be? What level do you want me to be? Are we doing this unsync? Like, unsync, cool. So do you want a healer or a tank? Tank. Right, I am ready. Ah, thank you for the heals. I mean, I guess if you put your dick in a marble and you lose it to free bottom surgery and don't get you one, I guess Dr. Falliser, what he says there would technically be correct. Yeah, it's my Twitch chat. I was just saying, like, it's just a little guy. Yeah. Before they touch. No. I don't remember this. Yeah. Just popping shields. Ah, meteors. I get the feeling we'll need to stand behind those. Oh, they explode. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, you have this. Now, I think now we think behind, we hide behind this. Not a fucking scratch. Warrior! Oh! Ah! The fuck did I wipe that to? Let's give that a go. Yeah, you'll have instant Q. Yeah. Do you have a form of, like, red mage or summoner or DPS that can heal? Because that might be beneficial to have the utility here. Because I can't directly heal you as a warrior, as a tank. Copper bell mines. No. Yeah. Yeah. If we struggle with this, I can ask someone to come in and heal for us. See if Dawn's got a spare few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, well sometimes you just need that extra little bit of utility, you know? Okay, so it's touching the edge, that's what kills you. There you go. That's fine. It was just the reason we wiped there is because of the knockback and it pushed us into the edge, which killed us. Honestly, just give them a rock cock golem. No edging the demons. But yeah, see if you can get a rock cock golem. I think I said that correctly. Just throw that at them next session, they'll never expect it. This is like the 5th nightclub. I've just been, because I've been AFK and Linsa, I've just been talking about on stream, just the nightclub ads just make me cry with laughter. Yeah, if you see, when you see those, if you right click, report for, yeah, that's good. Yeah. It would be nice. You're fine. I've had Discord muted so that no one can hear you, so... Probably for the best. Sounds pretty hard to work in. Shut the fuck up, though. I need to show you, though, between games. So, there's a little secret in Final Fantasy that we found, and it's, there's this text that's basically like, I'm in love with a succubus. I'm gonna summon her and chain her to the bed in case she's not quite right. And it summons, like, this creature with tentacles. And then, in the end expansion, we find a creature with tentacles. And it's, Visitant Immortal, you remind me of the time I was summoned to your world by someone who sought beauty. Well, it turned out to be a deviant who had my vessel chained to a bed. When I tried to break free, he called me a fiend. And then and it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why are we deep throating cacti? Any hole's a goal. Gotta give cacti some love. Cacti suppository. So show. I mean, sounding's terrifying though. I'm so scared, like, what if it breaks? I just can't do that. I'm so glad I've got Discord muted on stream, but like, good lord, I could not do that. There's not many things in this world I wouldn't do, and I don't think sounding's one of them. Twitch friendly, TOS, TOS. It's just, I think I've seen too many horror stories on the internet. Isn't it that, like, eating glass is fine? you can digest it. It's just that because it's sharp. If the glass is... I thought it was like if the glass is like smooth, it's more edible. Oh yeah. I want to get some... I want to get some sugar glass, like edible glass, because I have the itch to bite glass. Like if I'm holding like a flimsy champagne, I want to bite it so bad, but I know I shouldn't. So I want to get some like fake edible glass to like. It's the same reason why I eat candy floss, is because I want to know what wall insulation feels like in my mouth. House meat. Yo. Yeah, no, just... just... take a fucking sip, babes, of this wax melt. Speaking of succubi, another D&D succubi. I thought that was in the newer editions they did that. 8 Houseolations. Oh, it's I saw the picture when we learned about that, and it was a succubi running away, and it's the guy behind her just going, "I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay." Thought that was in newer editions though. Hey, I'm fucked up enough if you need a guinea pig. I got so much shit wrong with me. If you 7, 2, 1, 7 what? Yes, I have 7. I have at least 7 things wrong with me, my guy. Just 7? Oh yeah, no. I also have 7. Yeah, I think I definitely have 7 wrong with me. I mean, at this point, what do I not have? I definitely have 7. I don't know what that is. Oh. Are you just looking up diseases? Oh, fair. Oh no, I love that number. Going to the therapist. So what's wrong with you? I don't know, man. At least 7. I've had that conversation. Pushing fucking buttons. I made the fucking mistake of, yeah, I've got a nice cold drink here, I'm gonna glug it. It was mostly Kraken. Rum. Thank you. Yeah, that was like, oh, thirsty cold lemonade and just fucking downed it, and then immediately I was like, oh no. I like rum, I like lemonade, okay? Leave me alone. Lemonade is cheaper. Do you think I buy my own rum? Every bottle of rum I've ever owned has been a gift. I drink alcohol. I'm not picky. What's your important question, Thar? I can drink them. I like Guinness. Oh, it's liquid bread. Yes, you may. Let me just mute so I can talk for a sec. You can add Tully as an NPC because I have art, my friend did, of Tully as a barbarian. So I will send that to you after I've done this bit. He's like stress marking in the picture and everything, so of course you can. It's a good picture. When you kill the ads so quick that the game needs to catch up. Just gonna have a little boogie. Ah, good, we can smack it again. Woo! Let me... Oh my god, oh, Rome Reborn twins. Right, so I have this picture of Tully somewhere. I'm just gonna find it. I know I have it saved. Grats. Yeah, that's fair. I'm literally just trying to find a picture. My friend drew me of my lizard as a barbarian. Just can't seem to find it. Sorry. Then why are you playing this game? This game is cutscenes, the game. I know, and that it hurts. Let's see if I can just go with this one. It's only level 50, so... Might have to message my friend, because it's the kind of thing I know I'm gonna save, but I just don't know where. Ah, the Sunken Temple of Corn. I think we had to stand on this bit. Is it this one? I don't remember this, so I don't know how to do this. Oh yeah, you gotta stand on it until it counts down. Oh, bitch, me too. Yeah, when the mechanics in the game are like, wait, I'm like, no. Yeah. I do king cakes because they're part of the relic weapons, and so you can buy them in batches of 4 and sell them for like fucking a lot. Did I save it in my me folder? Found it. Good job. There you go. That's why when you're handing in and doing expert delivery, you need to set it to... You need to check your gear set to, you know, make sure you've got all your gear equipped, and then there is an option to do to hand in a list of non-gear set items. No, but start developing them, bitch. I can say what I want on stream. If you pay me, I'll ooh. Then I won't ooh. If you specify, then sure. I'm gonna kill you next time we're at Magic.
Oh, well.
I can do a fucking...
I can do a pretty good Ulu voice. And you can just sit there and be like an actual little e-girl.
To what? The power of the e-girl voice. I did. Why am I doing 0? Making me do stuff. You are not making me ada because I don't understand what that is. This is the peer pressure they warned me about in high school. Why is this thing not fucking dying? Okay, you can't make me do the Ara voice and the ego voice. I know it's healing, but I don't know what to do about that. So I'm gonna... let's reset. I fucking can't even jump off the cliff and kill myself. Cryzen warrior. Thanks. Trying to see which abilities attack. This is the trouble with Unsync. I mean, I'm happy to sit here for the next 8 minutes, but it won't be very entertaining. Yeah, I think if I knew sorry, I forgot that. Fucking, I'm in Discord. If I knew the reason why people went ara, then I would. But like, ah! The boss just lowered its shield at some point, and so I was able just to kill it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, good job team, hit the showers. I don't know, the shields just dropped on the main boss, so I just smacked it. Yeah. It's the kind of thing of like, I guess if people donated and they were like, here's a $5, go ada, I would, because I need money and I'm poor, so. What? What did I do? No idea. It's a old form of like, that girl's a hussy. It just means you're kind of like, you go around, you're a bit of a sleaze, you know? Also, sass. There's Tully the Barbarian that my friend drew. He's just a good boy. You dropped his guard, so you smacked his ass. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're in. Sorry, let me tank for you. I got it. I was paying attention. I'm gonna not stand near that. Oh, not that it fucking mattered. It's Invon. What did I do? The third bitch. Oh shit, he's sturdy with it. Oh, probably. Well, I will have a Google.
How did Nickelback?
No, Nickelback, go away. Nickelback, please. No, I have a YouTube video up. That's how Nickelback became the most hated band ever. And I've just had that saved for when I'm done. Binding coil. Maybe. I haven't watched it. I'm Googling. Yes, apparently it's one of the hardest mounts to get. I don't know. Bahamut. Oh, I don't think I've actually done this point. It's the Marble mount. You need to complete the binding coil of Bahamut, turn 5, the second coil, turn 4, and the final coil, as a party of blue mages with Silence Echo turned on and an undersized party turned off. What's this? Yeah. Imagine, like... Ah! That was a knockback. Yeah, that's a good love language to have. Imagine like seeing people in New Adventurers and being a snob about not dying to a mechanic. Is this- I'm sorry, I thought you meant like the guy was growling. And I was like, oh man, rip. I haven't shown you guys my favorite, one of my favorite interactions I've ever seen in Final Fantasy. It was, I've got screen caps of it, and there was this cat girl. This half-naked cat girl. Sat on the floor and ERPing in the public chat of buying this fucking cat girl, and I'm sat there and I'm just like, is this an auction? So this guy gets her and they move to the Aft Castle in Limsa, and he's like, come out from the rain, it's raining, and fucking pss, 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 the fucking cat girl. and then he's like, I'm gonna go for a dungeon, stay here, have some milk. Cat girls like milk, and she goes, milk is for babies, yeah? And I have never recovered. I have screenshots of milk is for babies, yeah, because it's my fucking... I hate it. And it was when I was still like very fresh to the game as well, and I was like, I have found my people, I guess. I have not, and I don't want to. I don't want to find the foot fetish. Hang on, I'm trying to find this screenshots. Oh, there's one. There's so much horny art in this folder. There we go. There's... Don't worry, Thar, I'm also sending you milkers for babies, yeah. Still doesn't beat the Skyrim loading screen mod that makes the don't feed your cat boy milk, he'll shit himself. I wish I could do anything here. You'll be fine. See? You believed. You believed. I told you you'd be fine. You got him. Oh yeah, you gotta stand on the special tiles for Doom. Also, tip for that dungeon, kill the bees first, because they will one-shot you. Huh? Oh yeah, I'll fucking take these. Stop giving the cat boys and cat girls milk. They can't drink it. You're giving them tummy ache. I'm tempted to unmute Discord just so people can, just so my stream can hear the chaos that I've been losing my shit about for a little bit. Who said man custard? Who said man custard? Man custard, man gravy, man cream. Is there any more binding coil you need to do? Cool. Delta escape? Unsynced? I don't believe so. Kill the bees first. I do not. Sorry, I had to tab out to mute on Discord. I do not advocate for the genocide of bees. Nut mentions that sub makes. This one has a part where I need to use the limit break, otherwise we will die, okay? But no, we love and respect bees in this house. I'm gonna turn you into a homemade Oreo. I'm gonna stuff you full of cream. Stand in the corners. Stand into the corners. There's also another fight at some point. They'll tell you in chat. When you queue for it, you need the DPS to limit break a tear in space, otherwise you will just wipe, and that one sucks to do in pubs because people think it's funny to make everyone wipe and waste everyone's fucking time. Yeah, like the first couple of times, but the other, like the fight isn't anything special, it's literally just, oh, it's this one again. Oh, good, I don't have limit break here. You take this. I'm gonna then just do this and this. Probably. Yeah. I've never done this on sync before, I've only ever done this synced, so I know the mechanics as they are. I don't remember this bit. Go into one of the orbs. The Alexander raid storyline is something I greatly enjoy. It's one of my favorite raid storylines. The long and short of this is the city Alexander from Final Fantasy VIII. And the whole raid storyline is basically that it's traveled through time and space, and you have to like go through and figure out what's happened to it, and then you just end up fighting the fucking city itself. I'll show you him in the world because he's really, really cool. Maybe. I think what it is that the long and short of it is that if you do the savage versions of the raid, there is a chance for a drop. But it is no. Yes. Because they're savage raids for a reason. Oh no, cry. Forcelet. Oh, I want the forcelet. I mean, the healer's literally you move at the healer's pace. I will go show you where the big city is, actually. It's weird because the fight is like you fight him in a temporal fucking pocket dimension, you know, that kind of bullshit. I mean, I'm happy to unmute my Discord tab so everyone can hear the chaos. Yeah, and genuinely it's like, you can talk about anything, just don't break Twitch TOS, which basically is like, don't talk about... No, it's not that, it's don't talk about doing illegal shit, like you can't talk about like doing drugs if drugs are illegal in your country. Yeah. Hey chat. Do you see that over there in the distance? That's Alexander. That's Alexander. You can fly on any mount in this game. And when you unlock flying, you can fly anywhere. Oh! Okay, it's... Okay. Yeah, I fucking knew you'd do that, you piece of shit. Yeah, I don't know why you took us into this one on sync. Nope. This one, you need, if you're doing it unsync, you want to run basically like 4 tanks. It's like, ah, shit. Oh, motherfucker. It's a square flicks. It's the main story quest that will appear in your duty roulettes that, yeah, it's like a 90 minutes short? Yeah, essentially. Kill these. Oh yeah, because I'm such a famous VTuber, man. Look at me with my hundreds of subs. Man, I was trying to get a sponsorship and you just ruined it with the Yep. Kill it. Oh, we're dead. Because we needed to kill that thing to hide behind it. Because that's why. And that's why you can't do this unsynced unless you have 4 big level tanks. Oh, trust me, if I could do this unsync, I fucking would have already. I want this mount! Anyway, the thing... ERP is an actual cat. Yeah. You can, when you get into Stormblood, you will unlock diving. And you can go underwater. In some areas that allow it. Can I go underwater in this bit? I don't think so. Hundreds of subs, you're a very successful professional dom. That's the goal. Sass is pissed. I've never actually done the Alex raid Savages. I just know that I don't know if they can be done on their own, just because Alex is a bit of a bitch in general, because he's got fucky-wucky mechanics. Doesn't hurt to try. I'm gonna go into one of them ERP nightclubs and be like, yeah, who wants my syphilis? And just start spreading like fake STDs and ruin the cat girl economy. Hey, if it's doable, I'll be down to get the Alex mounts. We can do all of them if it's like actually doable. Although, at some point, I would like to take a short break to imbibe in the devil's lettuce. Because it has to spawn the second one. Hey girl, I just shat my pants, can I get into yours? Are you from Mississippi? Because you're the only miss whose piss I want to sippy. Terrible. Terrible. Yeah, okay. Yeah, at some point, because I can brain dead tank Liz, I would like to take just a short break to go imbibe in the devil's lettuce so I can stop being in abject agony. I'm being vague. Nobody knows, like, it's not direct. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke some cabbage, so. It's the kind of thing that's like, the fucking UK don't care, but it's still like being a little careful. That's why if anyone asks why my VTuber has red eyes, it's because I cry a lot. I do cry a lot. think I cried earlier today. Basically a bomb will spawn, you gotta move the bomb. Bomb. B-O-M-B. No one gonna say anything? I had a wonderful conversation. Oh, I haven't unmuted yet, so none of this is being picked up. Unless you guys want me to, because I think that would be funny. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, can you grab that bomb? Just move it to the edge, please. Yeah, edge the bomb. It just stops it going off in the middle. And there's another one that's spawned in the middle now. Thank you. I will just continue to be an unkillable tank. That is what Warrior does. Warrior's job is, if a healer gets a warrior, they're happy because they don't have to fucking do anything. Did you fall from heaven, or is your posture just like that? Oh, I love doing a primal render. I mean, I guess it's genuinely, it's just like, don't talk about like actively killing people, you know, don't talk about how you do drugs, right? No, like, just use your common sense. It's contextual. It's because of the age of making everything sanitized and advertiser friendly. You have to specify, like, yeah, no, that's why people in YouTube videos and Twitch these days go about, if they're talking about something dark, they're like, oh yeah, in Minecraft. Because the fucking TOS and Twitch are just very peculiar in what they choose to like and don't like. So, like, I'm pretty sure that talking about sloshing on a knob is fine if you use, like, colloquial terms. Yeah, gibberish is fine, I reckon. It's just because I'm responsible at the end of the day. And and honestly, I'm also kind of sat here and it's like, man, if hot tub streams can be a thing, I'm pretty sure I'm fine. That's up to you, man. Immediately starts stripping. You look like you have just enough trauma to find me attractive, but not enough to realize how horrible of an idea that is. These pickup lines are terrible. Oh, sorry. What? That's the worst one. Do you want to go to my place and listen to some Andrew Tate? I feel like if a man ever said that to me, I'd just break his nose on the spot. Yeah. Captain Toxic Masculinity. Social media is hell and I hate it. Whoa. What are we shushing? Ah, oh, good noise. Good noise. That's the sound of a butt plug leaving my ass. Oh, it's fucking Pepsi Man! Oh, Living Liquid, this fight is Pepsi Man fight. What's up, Pepsi Man? It's been a fucking hot minute. He has Final Fantasy. Pepsi Man! Oh, bitch. I'm also so hungry. Holy shit, I've just realized how hungry I am. Oh, I would love an alcohol deal, man. Pepsi Man looks like he wanna break it. Yeah, he does. Pepsi Man's gonna drink my spinal fluid. Slurp. Yeah, man. Just come get some from the spinal tap. Just put straw in me. I mean, I've had like a root nerve block to try and like fix this fucking issue, so I have had a needle directly in my spine, so sure, the tube's probably still there. Oh, I hated it because the way I laid down, I had my head turned and I was watching the x-ray. I fucking wish I didn't. Because they have to use a live x-ray to guide the needle to your spine, and I'm laying there looking at it like, Move away. Just do a spinal tap and bring a silly straw. Get your hands off my giblets. Was that a yes to unmuting Discord or not, by the way? Okay, cool.
Who the fuck yeah, I was gonna
Welcome
who the
to
fuck
chaos.
remembers Cocoa Pop straws? Like they were,
I love the shit out of Cocoa Pop straws, dude!
Those were amazing.
Sorry, I'm stuck in a loading screen.
What the fuck happened to them?
I shipped in some Cocoa Pops Chocos from Germany because my friend's German and we went on a boat trip, so I had like 2 bags of Chocos.
If you remember Cocoa Pop straws, sit up straight because your back will hurt in the morning.
Hey, my back already hurts.
I'm sitting up straight now, what?
I'm functionally
I remember
immobile.
them, Seth.
Yeah, Harry's... we're not all, like, 8.
I liked them so much, my mum went out and got, like, the cheap variants. Focus on the right foreleg first.
Hey, boss.
Because basically, you'll destroy your leg, it'll do a thing. You destroy your leg, it does a thing. You just go round, you do right, left. I think you do... I don't know how the Savage works. There's 2 extra legs.
Did any of you just eat the fucking straw without ever drinking the milk?
Of course.
Yeah, like...
Always.
I always thought it was like, you were supposed to drink the
okay,
milk, but you could just eat the thing, and then
you walk into them, I'll do damage.
There's a Polish now, which is like a straw, but
tank.
full of like...
Okay, right hind leg.
Yeah, but I bet we can't get that now.
Kat would be good.
In Tesco. So.
Oh, I miss buttered
even
Mars
McGregor?
bars.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a buttered Mars bar?
The most glorious thing ever. It's just diabetes.
Crush up the coca and use the straw to
What about
snort it.
deep fried buttered Mars bar?
I've always
About
wanted to
deep
try
fried
one of
butter.
them. I've heard it's very
So-
sickly.
They're so heckin' yummy.
Deep fried ice cream's really good, but I haven't had a Mars bar.
So heckin' yummy.
What's so funny about heckin' yummy?
I
delicious.
don't know. It just got me.
It was too nice of a thing
In the
to say
same
just
way,
this
it
good.
was. In the same way, that milk is for babies and yas hilarious. saying it's so heckin' yummy. Just really
So
got me.
heckin' yummy, yeah.
I say heck quite a lot though. You may have to get used to that
That's
fact.
fine.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Like school.
Braggy?
Ruh-roh.
I'm looking at them now. What are they like still made, but like they're not on shelves?
What, the Cocoa
What?
Pop
Pop
straws?
straws.
They're discontinued.
Yeah, you can
Well,
probably
like-
get them somewhere else.
Were dumb
Holy
kids
shit,
like
come
joking
on.
themselves on them or something?
Probably.
I know, they're
They were
just-
probably learning deep throating from it.
People don't allow fun things.
I mean, that's where Sass went.
Catboys should be in a pressed race.
Literally, the first thing that's on Google is what happened to them.
Does anyone want to join me in Southern Thanalan to hate crime some Amalja?
Would you like to join us in a savage raid? Like we don't know what we're
Absolutely
doing
not. I'd
There
rather
are
shit
there
in
are
my hands and
petitions
clap.
online for like there's a change.org to bring back Cocoa Pop straws. It's the second
When
thing
has
on Google.
change.org ever changed
If we
anything?
wipe
I've-
again, then we're missing a mechanic, and I think that might be something to do with the number of people we have.
5
Oh,
years ago, there was only 61 people left to do it.
Left to do what?
To add to this, I think this change.org is dead.
Change.org changes nothing.
Wahoo! Oh, hey.
Petitioning your local government has never made a difference.
There's some people making Cocoa Crispy cereal straws.
Mmm.
Sounds sus.
I bet they're fucking yummy.
37 quid! I better get a lot.
I'm wondering if I'm not killing the legs in the correct order. Oh, which one's this one? Burden of the Father.
Go for his third leg.
I can get
Well, this one's actually got 4 legs, so...
Go for its fifth leg then. It's like a car, you know. It's either a 3-door
Cars don't
or a
have legs.
5-door.
My car's been written off. So...
I wasn't laughing at that, I was laughing at cars that have legs.
Cries
do you
heavy
not get rid of them?
DPS.
because a horse ran into me.
Now he's laughing at your car.
Okay,
We
so
are gonna
you can
be
do the legs in any order.
I mean, it depends how you hit the horse.
So the horse hit me.
Can I request you change Liz's name from sounds like a hussy to sounds like a horse is coming?
Peter.
Oh, jeez.
I ain't having some horse name meme.
How did you hit a horse?
I just died. I didn't hit a horse hit me.
Okay, why
This is the
The horse is the one who is wrong.
It fucking was. That thing came across the
uh,
entire road to hit me and I was in a fucking bush by the end of it.
Hang on, let me bring up a fucking...
What do you mean you were in a bush?
I turned to the left to get off so the horse doesn't hit me and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm in a bush now and the horse is like hitting me anyway. So overall, I had a bad day.
Was this crash at like 1 mile an hour? Because I'm like imagining like you just seeing a horse in the road and going like really slowly just swerving into a bush.
It was not very fast, I can tell you that right now. But, yeah. But no, my car's been fucking written off though because of it.
More importantly,
I just imagine like you gently like listed to the left onto like and you parked up basically just gently to push and the horse has just like come over just fucking like kicked in the windows or something.
more
It's a fucking
importantly,
bad day.
was the horse okay?
I
It
don't
walked
know.
off, so it must have been.
Did it get turned into glue?
Factory.
No, it was not. The horse is not glue.
Lasagna?
Nor is it lasagna.
Tesco!
So I think we just need to be faster at killing shit.
I mean, we
Because
tried, but it's not very good.
What's killing us is that we're getting two buffs, which
Horses
wipe.
and streams.
So what do we need to focus on killing?
Horses.
It doesn't matter which legs you attack, the mechanics still happen. The first 2 legs are easy, you can ignore the Discord orbs and Carnage tethers. Once you get quarantined during the first 2 legs, kill the Panzer doll, whatever. Occasionally a leg will emit steam, this leg can stun a tank or melee. So stun the leg so we don't get like steamed or whatever. For the second 2 legs, there are new adds. 3 jagged dolls will spawn around the edge of the arena and 1 strafe doll. This is the mechanic that ended up wiping my group till we decided how we wanted to handle it. The jagged dolls deal a raid-wide damage proportional to how much health they had when they were sacrificed. If you kill the jagged dolls without sacrificing to the strafe, what?
Is this a GCSE maths question?
It fucking feels like it.
Okay, I'm just going in.
Hang on, I'm just gonna paste it into Discord. Like, if you have a quick skim of that, because you have like one more brain cell than I do.
Doubt.
That is very funny.
Oh no!
I am called Dum Dum
I smoke a lot of weed, my guy. I smoke a lot of weed. I'm very fucking smooth brain.
Yeah, but like, Horse Whisperer's had his like brains smoothed over with force.
By the horse.
I'm just going to take these orbs and blow them up. I don't know what they do, but I'm blowing them
You
up.
can just ignore them.
Is it horsepower that your car runs on now?
No, the car doesn't run.
It would if it had
horse
some
things.
legs.
It's more of a trot.
Okay, I can't read
The
that.
viewers observe Corky. Who was...
Was it Matty on a bike?
I love Corky.
Was it Matty in a
Corky.
costume? Was it actually a horse or was it Matty?
I don't know, I
Did
can't
it
tell
have
the
a
difference.
crew bag on the horse?
Oh,
Such
It
chaos.
was.
Had a fucking dildo on its head.
When you hit this horse, did it like lie down on the side of the road and start
No,
eating
the horse hit me.
Eli, Lizard Tails, could I address one of your viewers?
Which one?
Tharanan.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Why would your friend know what her horse coming sounds like?
That is someone who is enthusiastic about their job.
No. Are they aware? Are you familiar with horse beans?
Horse beans?
No.
Don't weird me out about
put that
horses.
Don't put that out on the internet. That is disgusting. Don't search that shit.
It's already on the internet.
Okay, there are things, I don't know what these things that lines are, but no one should know.
They just target you and do damage.
That shit made me feel.
I am trying to pay attention.
Okay, this is the bit, so we gotta get these motherfuckers.
Oh, that's just like that's disgusting. That's just sadism, Harry. Is branded lines.
Okay.
And probably overindulgence on top of it.
Is it second lieutenant
Another
that I can buy
jagged doll.
the house room with?
Yes.
Let's
It
go
is.
buy a house. I am living my dreams because I'll never
Nice
be able
one.
to buy one IRL. Come on.
Oh, bitch,
No,
me
because
too.
You're not selling enough Avon to hit your targets.
Your doctor sells Avon.
You sell
Hey,
Avon.
we didn't wipe to that.
Yay!
That's not an answer. Yes or no?
Ooh.
Horse beans, Tharanan. Are you aware of them?
This is going to be a scarred individual.
No, Thar's already pretty fucked up, and I'd say that in a loving way.
Oh my god! I'm now a squadron commander.
Yeah,
Oh
you
no,
can.
I'm going to send people to their death.
No, you do it with them.
I'm
You
going
die
to send
with them.
people to their death.
Fuck!
Fucking Nando's, man!
Nando's.
That's not a swear, Liz.
Is it cheeky?
I hate Nando's, it's so shit.
What?
It's just overrated chicken, let's be honest. I could do
Actually,
better.
I agree. Like,
I
but I'd
agree.
still go.
I am not gonna pass comment because one of my best friends is a manager of Nando's.
And
Yeah.
that's the brand
And
deal.
I don't
fucked
wanna-
right there, the £1 million
That's-
Nando's.
I don't want to just,
Fucked it
dude.
again.
Okay, imagine if I did get sponsored by Nando's. Like, that would be fucking cool.
That's
I
Nando's
wouldn't,
black
because it's a
card
shit
down the
chicken.
shitter. It's not shit. It's bang average.
It's bang.
You're bang average.
Yeah, don't worry about those
Ben,
orbs.
come on.
I don't know. Ben's the one that can grade that. He's the one that's next door to you.
So let me
So
fucking
bad.
read this mechanic. That's some just mindless tanking.
Whee! God, it's like the fallopian tube of that.
What?
Oh, okay, so you get stacks from the doll. So if you ignore the ads whilst
Dead
killing
divides.
the jagged dolls with tomahawks,
Bidmas.
and then work
Yeah,
on
nice.
killing the strafe doll in the center facing away from the party members, so we have to separate.
Have they changed it to like Bodmas or something really dumb?
It is podcast now.
Okay,
What's
I
the
got
voice
one
we
resistance down.
It's powers of. It's orders powers of. You know.
Yeah.
It's indices is the same shit. Like that word is not that complicated.
So I'm gonna
it was
smack.
when I was a kid. What
Our
was
kids,
the one
our
about
children
big
are all
You go smack a
stupid
leg.
now.
I will.
Yeah.
Oh no, we can smack another leg. The jagged spawn. The jagged dolls aren't
As
spawning
a
yet.
recent child, I can confirm.
Yeah, more stupid now confirmed.
Hey, some flowers have grown in the garden that are planted.
Okay. I will grab the jagged dolls.
What a
You keep
One
fucking up
step.
the legs.
Okay.
Oh, I've
The
just
doll in the
harvested
jar.
them.
No.
Ooh, Scott, I like your sword.
Oh, I.
Put it away.
Is it a big sword or is it a little sword?
Come,
It's a
come,
bang
come.
average sword.
Is it
a dagger.
aggressively average?
It's a it's more of a gladius.
And then
Is it kind of dry like the chicken?
Fucking shit chicken,
Surely
mate.
you,
No, well the comment in stream is this VTube stream brought to you by mediocre and kind of dry chicken.
It kind of is though.
it's not me. It's bang average.
It's so
Mediocre-
fucking shit.
Mediocre's like a
Fucking
4.
moron.
No, mediocre's like a 4. I wouldn't say something's mediocre in earnest. I would say
Surely
something is
mediocre.
mediocre.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
What do you mean?
No, the boss mechanics.
I have my own bedroom.
Can we kill the back legs first?
It doesn't matter
Right.
what legs you kill
Oh
them
my
in.
God.
What order you kill them
It's just
in.
because the forward legs are closer to the other stuff, so we can get away a bit further.
Which part of
True.
the horse did you hit first? Try that technique.
Horse
Look
hit
at all this
her.
room for activities.
You know what?
So I think I have to kill the strafe doll first.
Okay.
Ah, this is amazing.
Where's Matty when we need him?
He's probably just like in a gutter somewhere. I
Selling
assume.
Avon.
I assume he's stealing Avon from the people. He sold it to sell it on to more people.
No,
Like-
he won't be selling Avon, he'll be selling pure romance.
He sold that shampoo to 10 different people.
He's shampooing people for money again.
That's just not
Willing
shampoo, it's
Look.
sun cream.
people.
There's no shame in earning the money, alright?
Fallopian
A
tube.
single money.
Yeah,
Sass
Tuppence for
is
you, little
obsessed
boy.
with. If she learns some cursed information, it's almost proper form in a way to spread it to everybody you know.
Who this?
Thar was just asking why Sass was intent on asking Thar what horse beans were. And the
What
long
are
and
horse
short
beans?
of it is, if you know curse knowledge, you share the curse knowledge. You make other people
What horse
suffer.
beans?
Isn't that just disease?
no, it's not. It's perfectly normal and perfectly healthy because
No, I'm
horses
sort
are
of-
disgusting creatures.
Horses are gross. I hate horses.
Yeah, they're fucking at your car.
Yeah, what animal goes, yeah, if I run too fast, my lungs will bleed.
What? People?
Horses, specifically.
Horse people.
Centaurs?
Bojack Horseman.
Your mum?
Bojack Horseman is a gem. He's the exception.
Okay, so the
Come
right four
look
legs
at
up.
this. Come on.
Why are there naked
thing?
cat girls in water? Like, what is this quest?
I'm gonna just do this.
Okay, let's
What
just try and
quest
see.
are
if
you
we get
on,
this
Sam?
bit.
The eyes have
Nope.
it. It's two
No.
naked
Okay,
cat
I'm
women
gonna-
in a lake.
Oh yeah, living the dream.
What?
It's those stacks we're dying to.
I
the quest
don't
is to
know what's
find-
going on.
There's literally like perverts looking at the quest. Sort it out, Square Enix.
Oh, he's gonna love it when he gets to the Bronze Beauty quest.
Just
isn't he,
talk
Scott?
to any Lalafell NPC, they're also fucking horny.
This is why I mean I was a cat girl.
Yeah, then you abandoned the cause.
But yeah.
What one are we
Traitor.
on? Burden of the Father, okay.
I went from cat girl to dragon
Kill each
boy.
leg.
Why are there so many perverts? Like what sort of Discord server is this?
This is a good Christian Discord server. Get away
What?
with that slander.
I don't
this is
know
good,
if this fight is doable with 2 people.
We'll give it one more go because after that I can't be asked.
Yeah.
What?
And I would AFK for a
Concentrating.
herbal cigarette.
Was this Kieran?
Cause I'm looking at a strategy and it's like, it's fucking complicated and I'm not awake enough. I still haven't figured out the most recent savage mechanics, man.
We. Every single time that takes me off guard, and I don't know why, because it happens every time.
I mean, if you're like that desperate for the mount, you can pub it.
I ain't desperate.
You don't want to do a savage raid with public duty finder?
I'll just wait until more plebs are of high enough level, and we'll just do it at 90.
What level do you have
Who are
to
you
be?
calling a pleb?
This is a... Oh, it's fucking unsync. Why am I checking? It's like a... 50?
17.
This is 70?
No, 16. This is 16.
Room's locked, can't go in.
Oh, how do you change that?
Okay, this is a 16.
How do change settings?
How to change what?
Room settings so people can come say hi.
It's fucking social.
I have... Oh, you've got one stack, I have none.
Yeah, no, this is a different thing. Blunt resistance down. No, my blunt resistance!
I want to just range this fucking...
Okay, now I have the 5 stacks.
Isn't Costa
So
del
I'm just
Sol
not-
like a real place?
Yes, it
Esteem
is.
regulator
Yeah.
and death sentences
Oh,
carried
it's
out,
most
so,
done, isn't it?
you come here.
It's not a very imaginative real place.
Okay.
Savage.
I see you have the box rooms, yes.
Look, there's so much space for activities.
3,
What
2,
activities would you be doing in there?
1.
SAS?
Whatever I damn well want.
Okay, the strat is to kill the big guy first.
It's not my room, Harry.
Okay, do you want me to focus on the leg still?
Yeah, start beating the shit out of that thing.
I'll drop a big DPS boost. It's like a few percent anyway.
How are you coming over tomorrow?
Yep.
Bang. Ben,
Good
Harry is coming.
And I will
That's
take
alright.
out the fucking ads.
Hold them.
No!
Yeah, but I had to drop out, so it was.
Oh shit, there's
chaos
these
as to
jagged
who's
dolls.
actually coming or not.
Yeah, the dolls give you a buff. A debuff even. That's what got me. You've nearly got it though. Kill the strafe doll, kill the strafe doll.
That. Drop that.
Bless you.
I really want a button that lets me just like beep out like random things that I say, so it sounds like what I'm saying is far worse than what I'm saying.
Almost.
You know what, actually, if you do enough damage,
You can do that.
Yeah.
I know I can. I haven't
you
done it.
could go into my healer.
So during the 4th leg, 2 people will be debuffed from the attack judgment Nisi, mostly the healer and a DPS, but that's whatever. If those 2 meet, there's a big boom and close will die, so we have to stay away from each other.
Okay.
And the debuffs will go away from there and make sure the party doesn't. So don't stand near us. Kill the other guy first.
I'll just stay by the legs then, pretty much, and then just focus on them.
Yeah.
And then once we've gotten the 4 legs down, some shit will spawn. The guide says just to ignore them.
Okay.
Will the shit spawn because you fed a cat girl milk?
It's probably.
So yeah, if you want, then do you want me to just focus purely on the legs and leave the ads to you?
Yeah, because we need to kill the strafe doll so things don't get sacrificed to him.
Oh, so if the strafe doll died, then there's no sacrifice. We don't need to worry about the one shot, pretty much.
Yeah, because the little ones that spawn, they will keep respawning and trying to feed to him.
Yeah.
This sounds like some sort of fan.
Don't stand near each other.
Oh,
Kill the
Major,
strafe doll
no, that's the
first,
keyboard.
and then get the little ads down.
Sounds good to me.
That's the keyboard. Come on, boy. Come on.
Don't get off the keyboard.
You're right there, pal.
Let me drop this here. I'll drop that as well.
Cheers. Okay, so
What's Dark Hold still?
you want to focus on the right foreleg?
The floating.
Yep.
Wary of my buffs. I'm
I
just
need to make a
looking.
quest for it now.
Oh,
Yes,
is it
am
the
I.
one with the thought at the end of it?
Huh?
Sam's wife.
What?
It's up. It's up.
I can come do that with you if you want.
I got it straight away with my primal rend.
Yeah, I will.
Darkhold.
No.
This what?
Have you got Darkhold as a instance?
I don't need to worry about jagged doll. Oh, I'm on the
Elaborate.
thingy leg now. I'm about to
Do
be.
you have Zemiel Darkhold as an instance?
He
that
won't.
what-
Elaborate.
The snowy area.
Okay,
That's
so
the one
this is
I've
the
just
part
done,
where we
isn't
don't
it?
stand near each other.
Yep.
I mean, maybe.
Sorry, I fucking lost
The one
the
with the
doll.
screaming woman.
Strafe doll.
No, that's
Strafe doll's up,
that's
strafe doll's
the
Manor.
manor. Is that?
Yeah, Phil's dead. Let me just kill that.
No,
Jack,
maybe. I've just been there with the dragoon, but I'm not
Sam,
sure.
have you got to the snowy area?
I need to do bloodbath.
Yeah, I was there for the dragoon stuff, but I'm now on the Costa del Sol story missions.
Maybe then. That's the initial mission.
Are you level 44 at least?
I'm 45.
So yeah, you should be.
Legs about
I'm
to go
over
down.
level, fuck.
Legs
Do
down.
you want to come over to our world?
I'm in your world.
There with them still dealing with the fucking jagged dolls. They are just gonna keep respawning, so I'm just gonna keep smacking them. I'm chopping a tomahawk every so
Brave
often.
blocks long stop.
I'm gonna move away from.
That's
I'm
a
a-
dungeon.
I don't know. I feel like there's missing damage coming down. I was right.
I've just got. I can fight you guys.
Okay, so just wail on that fucking middle bit, I think.
It's a blue quest mission, Simon.
Okay, so these are the bits we can ignore. It says just focus on that. I think. Some funky
I think
looking
we know
spawn in the middle.
we
it's fun.
can do this.
Do you want to invite me to your thing?
Did we do
Wait.
it?
No.
I don't know. This doesn't feel like.
I'll go with NPCs then. You can-
That didn't feel like a wipe. It was though.
What?
You know. No. You know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah.
Anyone for any more?
Any more what?
I will,
What?
but I'm just finishing a mission.
What was the question?
I can't remember.
Heaven's Ward.
Heaven's Ward.
It's a big beam.
I don't want to know what dolphins will do with their handlers at the aquarium. Dolphins are fucking vicious, man. As a shark.
Dolphins are
Stan.
necrophiliacs. They are little
Be
drug
careful
fiends.
what words you're saying. We're on Twitch.
Oh, but this is factual
Saying the
information
word.
about dolphins.
Yeah,
oh
like-
my god. These. Alright, the dolphins are bad.
Dolphins are awful.
Dolphins are unscrupulous characters.
They are. Sass, what were
Sounds
you
like
asking
you're describing
for?
your son.
Your mama.
Ask him. I can't remember. Scott, what was I asking for?
Dolphins with
People
eel
saying-
heads.
1 minute, I'm talking to him now.
Oh, if you got space, I can tag along.
I don't know if Harry's doing it or not.
Said yes, but I'm in the.
Let me
in
just
the, in the
do.
end of that really fucking
My
long
favourite.
duty.
I love Ravana.
Well, we're not doing this until I get the mount.
For the glory of combat. I do need to repair my gear after this, though.
I probably got a feeling I need to repair mine. Yeah. See if we can do this until I get the mount. That'd be great.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite primal.
You know, it's nice having someone who knows what they're doing to just do things for me.
I need to work out how I want to decorate my room now.
Green and pear drops.
No.
Don't tell me no.
Ben, I'm on a quest called
White
Things We Do
padded
for
rings.
Cheese.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was. Oh fuck! Really?
Any
Oh,
cheese
cool,
lost
first time.
is a travesty.
We
Look,
know
that
this
is-
the truth, Sam.
Okay, that's fucking funny.
Ravana could get it. Ravana could get it.
Try get a mount the first time. Mount.
And I'm back.
Oh, I should have grabbed the hive weapon coffer though. Fuck.
What about your neck, Scott?
All of my weapon glam is the dead hive weapons because I love them. Let me repair my gear and then we will go. I just gotta
Oh,
get.
yeah, I forgot about that. I just forgot. I'm sorry.
There we go. It's just because my fucking necklace was an 18% and I would like that to not break.
Yeah, my memory is very poor.
Bitch, me too. I felt that.
Same.
Oh, fucking whale. We gotta get the wussy.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
Hot
one's.
skitty on whale lord action.
We gotta do some mechanics. Here we go.
Yeah, I completely honestly forget what they are.
At some point, we're gonna have to use the Dragonmancers to stab into the whale. To pull
Yes,
him in
that's
to
it.
expose his clitoris and start beating the shit out of it.
So just flick the beam, basically.
And then, pretty much.
So yeah, as long as we flick the beam, we're good.
But that word's allowed, but the.
You okay?
That's biology. Is there any more for this group?
No, don't do that.
Go without me. because I boss
Right.
stabbing.
Viewers.
So just talk about dolphins.
Okay, get the
Oh,
dragon
no,
killers.
cancel that.
Go up to the dragon killers, click them.
Yep, I'm firing.
Ka-chow.
Party leader has registered you for duty.
I don't remember when we need to use this shit in the middle, but I don't think it particularly matters.
Yeah.
Scott, can we go duty free?
Okay, DPS thing going.
Scott, can we go to duty free?
I'm not going the duty free.
Well,
I'm not queued as a healer, so
I didn't even get a chance to use anything.
no, I've done that on purpose.
Oh, okay, that's fine then.
Whoops.
Don't expect me.
We need to kill these quickly because they
I'm
are
going to
typically
die.
separated by.
Could I
I'm in
screech?
danger.
So that's as good as
Trying out Red Mage.
I love Red
Hey.
Mage! Red Mage.
I like
way.
Red Mage as well on my team.
I am
love the rest.
excited to get. Is it level 50 I've got to be?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Seeing all the skills was just a little bit. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's the
What's
same.
this?
Fucking...
What's this?
I'm excited for Red Mage. Black Mage is great.
Red
And
Mage
Dragoon
is just.
kind of fun.
Black Mage is the strongest, but Red Mage is a lot more versatile. There's
It's
a lot
also,
more
most
utility to
importantly,
Red Mage.
a melee caster.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
It does not end.
I am become samurai.
Die and it will end on the 9th level. Oh no, that's
How does become samurai too?
You just level 50.
Level 50.
Those
Sex
are two classes
education
I'm
with world
interested in.
famous Twitch streamer Lizard Tail. Stop it until you reach the clit, then beat the shit out of it. Yeah.
I mean,
Accurate.
it's not wrong.
Like you're doing the hardest Guitar Hero solo.
What, through the fire and flames on?
Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
on expert difficulty.
Just flick the bean.
Until they say please stop.
Lord have mercy.
Leave
not
the
too-
vapor bubbles.
Oh,
That's something what everyone does. So they will just poke at me, but what they do is they absorb the lightning attacks, which will, in regular raids, wipe.
oh my god, that was
I
close.
hope we're still talking about Final Fantasy right now.
Yeah. Same fight.
We're killing a giant whale.
Get the
What
dragon
the hell
killers.
is the courier?
Yeah, that electric attack that just happened.
Oh,
Would
Come here,
have
Sonny.
typically wiped people, so that's where you leave the vapor bubbles.
The coronavirus. Nice. Kill the virus.
Bruh.
We're fighting the coronavirus. We killed the corona.
Blessed by Papa Nurgle.
Mama Corona.
himself.
Commence!
Let's
Comencia
go.
la dungeon! Sas!
What?
Press
Blessed by
play.
Papa Nurgle himself.
What?
Look at your goddamn screen.
Okay, well, the LAN amount. Where do I get the LAN amount?
I want like
Money
some sort of like slap through the internet mechanic.
around and
It's a shame I'm not coming
Born
around
to
tomorrow. You
shit,
could've slapped me in real life.
forced to wipe.
I might just get like an unscrew. I'm gonna use the word unscrew this now. Just a hand that's next to your like monitor. I'm just gonna like break into your house and install it, just so that like on the occasions where it's like, Sass, look at your monitor, I'm ready up, and you're like, I'm just like, BAM!
What, like one of them Amazon buttons where you press it and it orders stupid shit?
Oh my, Alexa.
Nah, there's actual like buttons in there that you can press.
Oh, there is.
Man, I sure would like this fight to start.
yeah, I'm just gonna like, oh mate.
I think we should follow the healer's charge and pull up the aggro.
Oh look, it's a brown recluse.
You're a
Spider,
brown.
born to fuck, forced to talk to people, damn straight.
It is. Flat,
Somebody with a
fuck,
sex drive so high
Friday.
but awful social skills.
Ha.
Flat fuck
You can
Friday.
leave the water vapors alive.
Yeah. It might not do anything to us because we're unsync, but it's just an important mechanic in the regular.
Ah, thank you, healer. See, the healer's keeping me alive.
Dragon killers.
I'm not even doing the
Very
back.
careful.
That was
What?
the healer, wasn't it? That was the healer.
Yeah, the healer started that. See, even Sam's backing me up.
My back.
He won't back me up, even if it were true.
The fuck is that all-seeing eye?
Yep.
So early game, that eye appears and it puts an AoE on the ground. Late game, just look away. There will be no indicator or markers, just don't look at it. Physically turn your character away from the eye.
For a second then, I was just like about to like physically, as in myself, just look away from the screen.
You're not very smart, are you?
I am just really stupid.
Yeah, it's like if it comes with an AoE, don't stand in the yellow. If there's an eyeball but no yellow, just look away. You'll learn in a few alliance raids.
Maybe someone smart for smooth
The
brain.
eyeball has come.
I just play this game
Who
a lot.
wants some tubby custard? That's my battle cry.
You tubby custard.
Why is the healer getting hit? Shit, am I not doing my job properly?
No, you are. It's just they're deciding to
Most
go like
intelligent MMO player.
arse first into like. Why is the healer tank? Healer.
I'm trying.
No, it's not you. It's the healer being some sort of
Can we
like
go this way?
dribbling.
Let me just get this button.
Gibbon.
Yeah, that'll do.
Space Cadet.
Yeah, sorry?
Zoom,
Space
zoom.
Cadet is a good word. That is not.
Space
Two.
Cadet is 2 words, you fucking.
You could hyphenate it.
No,
No, you
we all
can't.
know. Sam has a
yeah,
wrinkly brain.
So, jump straight in and AoE.
There you go for it.
Paper bubbles, just leave them.
I'm gonna wait for whoever's
That
trailing.
thing's
Do
going
it,
straight at
button.
you. That thing's.
Oh, okay.
As you've drawn the thing.
I'm gonna go stand in the middle now because I think we're gonna get yeeted at some point.
And that's why we keep the bubbles, because a lot of that lightning damage would be absorbed by them.
Oh boy, this healer is not doing. Oh, I'm dead.
And now they're
Just
dead.
dive into all of them.
Dragon kill us up.
That's me gone.
Now let's hope I get the mount this time. You already have these mounts, I presume.
entire
Not all of
room.
the birds. I've got all the horses.
Do you have this one? Gives the white lana.
I don't remember.
That is
It
okay.
will when you if you've got an amount or a minion or a
Press
card
and
before,
hold.
when you hover over it, it'll have a little tick if you've got it.
That was dumb.
Yeah, I got it.
Press and hold.
Wait,
It's all fine. It's all good.
Say that. Okay, that was quite quick.
It's just a little murdered.
yeah, it's not too
all
bad.
good.
No, we've been quite fortunate, I think, with this, and I'm not going to complain about that.
Gibbon is the perfect way to describe a raid healer. Correct.
Okay, white lana don't. Okay,
A raid healer
containment.
that isn't in the party directly, and someone that we know.
Actually dribbling.
I mean-
Where am I going?
You've gone
Is
the
this
wrong
where I'm-
way.
There's a monster there.
Yeah, we
Oh,
don't need to fall clear.
Forden
Just turn
and the
left
Heaven's
go the way
Ward.
we need to go.
I'm following Sass, which is proving to be.
A very bad
mistake.
I'm so
idea.
tired.
So it's
But I have
got
no
someone
choice.
In the party and dribbling
Okay.
in, turns around.
This one
walks
is
away from all
the
enemies.
round lana.
Yeah, I don't think I have this one.
It's the blind leading the fucking blind.
But I have a personal hate for King Thornton, so I'm happy to do this one over and over again just to watch him suffer.
Why is
Stand
the
down.
healer stood there?
I mean, I'm happy to
coming
do this
with
until we
us.
both get the mount. Some, no.
Scott
Yeah,
is
I'm
the
game.
healer now.
Like, you obviously do way more damage than I do, but I do some.
Yeah, but I'm also
boy,
a level
the
90
icon.
warrior with the current gear set.
Go pull them all.
I'm not pulling them all. I'm just doing 2 at once.
I can give us both a 3% DPS boost.
Fuck yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
fucking stemnified.
When he summons this thing, I'm going to give the boost. I'm going to stand right here and give a shield on.
So, oh, that's.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
was
Stand
that?
in the towers. That's
Ugh.
cool. I think we're high enough level, we
Okay,
don't really have to
this
worry
boost.
about the
There you go.
mechanics too much.
And that. Now, don't you have to wait for him to cast his Sacred Cross? Come on, boy. You can do it.
Oh my god, why are you fighting up there?
Because shit got pulled up here.
How?
Oh, fuck me. Where's the healer?
Hate paralysis.
Can we just abandon this and I will fucking heal?
The healer
No,
is that...
it's fine. One last try. One last try.
I've pressed wait, but that means that the button's now gone. I feel like I fucked that up.
Yeah,
oh, the
now we
healer's...
need to you and res you.
The healer is with me, also waiting. I assume... Oh no.
Damage up,
I got
vulnerability
res, I
down.
don't have res.
That's fine.
It doesn't matter if we get damaged by the eye because we can kill the cunts.
Have you
Oh
backed out?
shit,
Are
we're
you
on.
still in
We're,
it?
oh no, we're still on Twitch, aren't we?
Oh, I know why this isn't working.
Is it because we're bad?
No, it's because you need 2 tanks because you need to keep the bosses separate because there are some bosses you can't damage if they're near each other, and I can't not get less aggro.
Just chill. Just take a little chill. Oh, I can! There's the button down here that lets me get the screen up again. So, okay. Oh, this healer can res me. That's...
Well, I guess you are at 0.1%.
Hey.
I think that was Scott.
No, I don't get raised till 64.
Did that healer just run in and start?
Yep.
Fuck
Limit
my
break
life.
42 out of 100, 43. It seems like this one though, you do enough damage that you can just kind of ignore the mechanics slightly.
Yeah. Just having a
Hopefully we get lucky and get the mounts early because we've been really lucky with these mounts.
Yeah. Oh no.
You're doing great.
Can't push my buttons fast enough.
Oh, I fucking pressed the wrong one. I fucking pressed the wrong one. I fucking pressed the wrong one. I didn't know
Sam, stop running.
Oh,
I'm
well,
trying to
current
reset.
circle.
Did they not eventually
got
stop?
Nice one.
Oh, I'm good at this
I
game.
thought they eventually stopped. I thought
Not
they
in here, they
stopped.
won't.
I thought they
Sam,
stopped.
where are you?
Get away.
You're just running from the healer and now you're gonna die.
Am I
You
not
have a
running
little
back
dance.
towards the healer?
Oh yeah, this is the
I
bit
thought the
where
healer's
you
this way.
just
Run
walk
faster.
forwards.
Yeah, but
Healer's there.
the healer is not helping us, the healer is just
Have
doing
fun with
buttons.
MTG.
This is a kind of cool fight, I'll be honest.
Oh, honestly, this fight, like, in the story, fucking slaps. Like,
I
if
just love how
you
there's, like-
understood the context of this, it's so much more epic than you can imagine.
Right, I think I've pulled him. So if you want to come over here. Oh, you're dead. Never mind.
I used to know the context, but I really don't remember anymore.
It's, I can't say in chat, in Discord, because it's massive spoilers for everyone.
Oh yeah, 100% the massive
Thank you
spoilers,
for
I
that.
would not.
Appreciate it.
But, like, every time I do this fight, I'm like, "Grrr!"
Right, would you like to heal first?
I would, but the healer is
No,
terrible.
that wasn't directed at you, Scott. That was directed at the healer.
Oh, you CC'd then.
Healer
I'm
would
just
like
having
the
a
tank.
Thanos moment here. Fine, I'll do it myself. Because this guy is fucking useless.
She backed out.
No luck.
No.
Okay, so ladies and germs, over
Blast.
here
Fall in-
on these
fall into the
crystals, if we can pull
Pull
the
back,
thing
pull
to
back.
the
There we go.
crystals,
Pull out.
it gets poorly and we get less fucked.
Well, I've got a lot of gear to turn in for flame seals.
Yeah.
Mm.
This is the longest I've streamed for in a very long time, though.
You're welcome.
I normally
Are you
manage
having
about...
a good time though?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna
move to a different
finish
crystal.
after this one because I am starting to really struggle.
That's not the one, Sass.
Yeah, what I decided was I was just gonna
That's
keep
not the
putting
one. Get
Where
back
is
to the
it?
crystal.
Somebody said
Back
no.
to the same one.
Yeah, that's
Get
fair.
back to the crystal. It hasn't broken yet.
Oh god damn it.
This time that I will try, I know, to not get knocked over by that thing.
You're gonna play a what Vordek? Thromok Vordek. This is that's gonna be fun. Yeah, you should have arm's length
Pull him
which
back.
is an
Yes, I do.
anti-knockback ability.
There we go. Now we move.
I'm also
Back
going
of
to
the
stand in the
room.
middle for pretty much all of this.
Stand in a tower.
I'm gonna
Away.
stand in the tower.
Because we
trying
need to break the train by running apart.
Break train.
And it's a good time actually where I can just heal up to full because he's immortal until he casts that.
Yeah.
I can paralysis.
Oh, fucking I hate paralysis. It's my least favourite.
I'm just not okay. No, because he's not taking damage. I'm healing for nothing. I'll just sit here, and then when he does this, I'm fine. Didn't work. So, but I'm not dead.
You
so.
lived, bitch. I
Yeah, somehow.
shielded you, so I hope that
Thanks,
helped.
Did.
I shielded and
Okay.
reprisal, which should have.
Yeah, with me being here, it was just enough DPS to just kill it
Good.
immediately.
Pull out, Sass. Move to the crystal.
I never pull out.
Yeah, shouldn't Scott be the one who pulls out?
Nope, that's not dead.
Over here, Sam.
And I got stuck on a dead end.
Hang on. There we go. Pull them.
Fucking.
Come here.
Oh shit!
Oh,
It's a
damn.
devour deck. Damn.
I'm nearly dead.
I don't have any other shields I can give, so have a nascent
I just
slash.
need to hit. Yeah, I've got actually one use. That'll heal me a little bit.
Turn around.
God, I actually so glad I used that because now I'm dead. Missed the long
It's
bit.
okay. We've got through the hard bit.
Yeah. I mean, I am in level 70
New
here,
crystal.
not
Yeah.
level 79, so. So is this your last one, did you say, as well?
Yeah, I need to eat something.
And drink some water.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, got that one just in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a snack and a smoke.
You're gonna get a.
No.
Well, actually, I need to do my daily fairy stuff as well.
Jesus, that was
We love the pixies. I love that entire area.
The pixies, yeah. That's
I'm
it.
so
I need to do
excited
that.
for Sass to get to Shadowbringers. Like, holy shit.
Is only really
Colosseum
gone?
loincloth. Yes, please. Oh, I got a. What the fuck's a
No
carbine?
gods, no
Is it a gun?
kings,
Yes.
only tank.
Oh fuck! Is this section? Okay.
How many people watching the stream?
I don't actually know.
7.
Oh,
Nice.
nice!
I've got it up.
Welcome to the madness.
It's been a very fun, chaotic stream.
I do not remember this bit of the mine.
Are we delving too deep and too greedily?
Too right, we are. That's the only way to delve.
Mithril.
Or Mithril, as it was.
Can I be
What do you mean,
unstunned,
Mithril?
please? Thank you.
Oh, you
that?
took a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I didn't have any
Yeah.
of my fucking shit up.
You got stepped on.
I did. And that way I'm gonna
Enjoy
cut
it.
his legs off and feed it to him.
Yum yum yum.
Yum yum yum. Mmm, lunch. That's it, just from the knee down, inhaled your shin.
I have cut off your legs, I have blended them, and I've given you a Slurpee. Enjoy.
It's like that
Walking
fucking
forward.
South Park episode where Cartman fed this guy his own parents and a bowl of chili.
That's a great episode.
No luck again.
No luck. I'm happy to do more tomorrow at some point, but like,
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna do my dailies.
I need to pass away.
Rest in peace.
It's been good.
You did your fashion report.
No.
You're in no rush, but
I'll do it at some point if I remember.
I think I might go for the 2 million mount. I don't even like it, but it's passive.
It's a flex.
It's a flex.
Alright.
And I'll do it very passively.
Thank you. I will just say goodbye to my Twitch chat. 2 secs. Thank you all for watching. I will. Should have deafened myself. I will see you another time. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. I will be playing Overwatch with Yukinori, so that's going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks for coming today. I really appreciate it. Send me that deck list, and I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye.